Do 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 do. Song that would be "Born to Be Alive" by Patrick Hernandez. Ba-do, 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 ba-do. My hair's growing back. Starting to get hair again. Still a little chilly. Still a little cold. Somebody posted a weird question, and I say weird because it was a weird question. I don't know how many of you saw it. I ended up just timing the guy out because I'm like, I don't care to go down that. I don't care to go into that right now. They were asking a question like, how deep can we go into psychology? Can we start talking about the white matter microstructural differences between straight and gay people? And I'm like, no, I'm not doing this today. I'm not doing this today. Instead, what I'm going to do is explain why it's problematic to hyperfixate on the minute differences in brain structures between different types of people. That's a eugenicist mindset to neurology. The answer is, that shit doesn't fucking matter. You're talking about microstructural differences? You're just finding a reason to feel genetically, biologically superior to somebody else. So I would, if they're still here, I don't know if they immediately left after I timed them out or not, but I just want you to just think about how the reason why you're studying that or why you want to know the difference, that matters. Because really, it doesn't matter. In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't fucking matter. You missed it? Good, because it was pretty fucking stupid. It's the kind of stuff that a lot of people would do in like... Okay, history lesson. Psychology as a study really got its start in the late 1800s. And I mean, of course we had been studying human behavior before then, but the term, the school, that kind of stuff, it started until like the 1890s. And what you gotta remember, because this is really important, is that in the early ages of psychology, there were a lot of eugenicists involved. There were a lot of people who wanted to use this new information to just find new ways to feel superior to other people that had different physiological characteristics from them. My head shape compared to the head shape of somebody else. The shape and structure of my brain compared to the shape and structure of somebody else. And the entire reason why that field of study was even bothered to begin with is because they wanted to feel superior. to somebody else. And so, in reality, those minute differences, they don't really matter that much. They really don't. You might as well be studying phrenology at that point. Phrenology was a, you know what? Let's take a little quick down memory lane here. Phrenology. Developed by German physician Franz Joseph Gall in 1796. There was a belief that the surface of the skull, the shape, the size, the dimensions, the textures, that was an indicator of what was going on inside of your head. Your skull's really smooth, so obviously your brain's really smooth. You got a bumpy brain. Oh yeah, you look at the size of your noggin, you're probably really smart. See, this is also the time in history where we thought that having a big fucking head also meant that you were really fucking smart. Like, we probably just approach it from a much more simplistic understanding. And so there's a misconception that big head equals smarter. The size of your brain doesn't actually have to do all that much with how powerful you can think. You know, that's like, just think about how we make computers, and now we've got tiny little computers that can vastly outthink the warehouse-sized supercomputers of the old days. The size of your computer doesn't matter that much. It's about the number of connections that you can fit inside of that space. So when you start looking at these tiny little differences, and you start drawing conclusions about people as a way to oppress them, that's offensive. That's the kind of science that fascists like. So, if that person is still here, you know, they said they were in school and they were writing a paper on this topic, I would encourage you to just step back and rethink, why do I care to know the answer to this question? Am I just curious? Or is it something deeper than that? Because what we also know about the brain is that you can be missing quite a big amount of it and still present as pretty normal. I'm going to show you this bad boy again. A man in France who was living with 90% of his brain missing. He was 44, he was a father of 2. He was living a normal life. He had an IQ of 84. Not that IQ matters that much, it's generally just an assessment of your functioning level. Like, side note, IQ tests are actually really helpful if you're trying to figure out if somebody is cognitively impaired. They're really good at that, you know, to just assess your level of functioning. But beyond that, where you start to judge them as an indicator of like intellectual superiority, to have like an above average score, that's when it starts to lose its purpose. Because you could have an IQ of 180 but be completely and utterly insane and unable to function. So just rethink of how you look at IQ there, okay? 84, that's in the average range. The average range is 15 points above and below 100. 100 is they designed the test so that the average would be 100. And if you are within a 15-point range in either direction of that number, that's the normal range. So between 85 and 115, congratulations, you're in like a majority of the population. So this guy was at 84, and that puts him right at the normal range. Like 84, 85, you're splitting hairs at that point. He had a family, he had a job. But he was perfectly socially apt. He was missing 90% of his brain. This is his brain scan up here. It's kind of tiny. Let's see if we can get a little zoom in on that. Why did they... God, this article, they should have put a bigger picture of this. I think they were really missing out not using a bigger picture of this, because this is the money shot here. Look at this. This is what his brain looked like. So what I'm telling you is that a guy could be walking around with a brain like this and most people would just think he's a normal dude. So don't spend your time hyperfixating on the microstructural differences between different types of people's brains. That's just a weird thing to pursue. I don't know if that guy's still here. I timed him out. I was kind of, irritated with the question, but I didn't want to outright ban him because I was like, maybe I could help to change this guy's mind. He's young, he's in school. So I timed him out for like 2 weeks. It was the longest you could time somebody out. I'm just like, 2-week vacation. Maybe if he sticks around and actually watches and learns a couple things, then we can talk. Left Rights with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Hey, let's go. Do you think he's actually writing a paper? That's what he said in the message. But the tone of the message was that he was trying to compare, he was saying that there are differences between gay and straight brains. It's like, okay, sure. There's differences between everybody's brains. We've all got differences in our brains. There's no such thing as a perfect brain. And so when you start hyperfixating on those microstructure, very, almost inconsequential stuff, and you're gonna be like, this is why I have a good brain and this is why they have a bad brain. Ultimately, that's what it all boils down to. My brain good, your brain bad. That's why people study the way that when they pursue those types of academic studies. They want to feel like, I got a good brain, you got a bad brain. It's childish and it's stupid. And it's a waste of your time because it helps no one. If you're gonna study psychology, do it to help people. Don't do it so that you can lord over people. But that's part of the reason why people study it, is because they want to feel superior in some way. Just think about the eugenicists movement in America in the 1920s, 1930s. Here, let's go to the eugenics movement in the United States. There were some really influential people who were involved in the eugenics movement. Do they have a list of famous people who believed in eugenics? Just look at the weird shit they had. The Better Baby contest at the Indiana State Fair. The eugenics beliefs is that there is a superior set of genes. That is what they believe. There is a perfect gene combination. We're trying to find the perfect human. And I just say that's kind of fucking weird. At least. At minimum. I think these trolls trying to rage bait streamers has become kind of a trend nowadays. Oh yeah, it's always been a thing, to be honest. But I feel like it has increased because people are more stressed on average in their daily lives, and trying to bait other people into being upset is one of the ways that some people will unhealthily cope with their own stress. So when people come in here and try to rage bait me, you end up getting lectured. And I don't think that's what they signed up for. So anyway, eugenics was a big thing in the United States for a long time. Early to mid 1900s. A really dark period of our history that we don't really seem to talk about all that much. Just getting into... Oh, yeah, the Rockefeller Foundation helped to develop and fund various German eugenics programs, including the one that Josef Mengele worked in before he went to Auschwitz. Hold on, let's find some... I want to find a list. Hold on. Famous Americans that believed in eugenics. 21 eugenics movement supporters that might shock you. 10 widely admired people who supported eugenics. Do we want 7 beloved? I like that the numbers just get smaller. They're like, how committed are you to this topic? Is 21 too many? How about 10? 7? Can't do 10? Can't stomach 10? How about 7? This is the full list. This is a full list, but you probably don't know who most of these people are, because I sure don't. But there are some Jeffrey Epstein? Oh, of course. Saying this is not the crowd you want to hang out with. Jeffrey Epstein's in there. And widely admired people who support eugenics. Helen Keller. Oops. Uh-oh. Teddy Roosevelt. Society has no business to permit degenerates to reproduce their kind. Oops. Winston Churchill. Nobody's surprised. Linus Pauling. Who? Nobel Prize winning scientist. This old fart. Supreme Court Justice for 30 years. One of the world's leading economists. Sociologist. President. Well, he's okay, a bunch of old dudes. Well, I'm not very surprised. Oops. I was like, where's Henry Ford on this list? I was looking for where's Walt Disney? They weren't on there. It was just like, it was just a bunch of old scientists. They threw a president or two in there. Yeah, it's often overlooked that there were a lot of people in America pre-World War II that were really into Nazism. And I feel like nowadays it's really important to talk about that because I feel like they're definitely here now, of course. You've seen them. They did it at the inauguration. And so what I'm worried about is the people who are slipping into it, the people who are starting to get attracted to that beliefs and those mindsets. You know, we want to try to make sure, hey, buddy, don't fall into this propaganda. Well, anyway. Left Rights, thanks again for those 5 subs. You know, let's pivot. Let's pivot a little bit because I can feel myself just getting heated. I'm gonna go with heated. When you start going, and the thing about studying history is the more you study it, the more you realized how fucked up people are. You're just like, oh my god. Because there's the stuff that they teach you in school. They teach you about like the achievements and the accolades of these historical figures. But then you start really reading about them and you're like, oh my god, this is what they believed? And why do I hold them on a pedestal? Just because they invented something. You know, if somebody invented something but they were a terrible person, do we still have to have it named after them? Or is it so important that we celebrate the accolade? I think a major fault with the capitalist structure is that it instills this value system where the credit that I get is more important to me than the good that it does for society. It's not as much about how much I'm contributing, how much I'm doing, how much I'm trying to, you know, make the world a better place. It's about how much do I get for it. Well, anyway. Anyway. We've got a really good presentation today. We're pivoting. We're gonna pivot. We haven't done a presentation in a little while, and I wanted to cook up a real banger for you. This one is gonna be fun. This one's gonna be very useful. This one is meant to be very helpful. Clocking in at, if you include the title, it's 12, but so 11 slides. This is going to be a good one. We're going to talk about how to overcome cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance is just a fancy word for an internal disagreement, an internal conflict, having a conflicted feeling about something. That's what it is. And you can apply that to any number of situations, any number of thoughts. The reason why it happens is because our brains are just so complicated, and there's enough space in there. You can have two beliefs about a thing at the same time. Because your brain isn't, your brain is one brain, don't get me wrong, but in reality, it's more like two brains that are connected in the middle. Because the left and the right side are capable of operating independently of one another. You can have differing opinions between the different hemispheres of your brain. Sometimes, you have to not let the left hand know what the right hand's doing. Now, if that sounds weird, it's because it is. But it's true. And the reason why we know that is because there have been people who have had the mid part of their brain cut. A corpus callosectomy, or something like that. The corpus callosum is the bundle of nerve fibers that connects the two halves of your brain. It's basically just a organic data cable. It's what allows transmission between the two halves of your brain. And it's got such a good bandwidth that your brain creates the illusion of it being one cohesive thing. But in reality, you got two cores in your processor. And so when people have their brains split down the middle, sometimes their hands will start acting out. Like maybe I pick out one outfit from the closet, and my right hand thinks this is a good one. My left hand might not agree. It might yank it out of my hand and put it back in the closet. I know this sounds really weird, but it's 100% true. And so when you think about that and the implications of that, what you realize is that, of course, I can have internal disagreements. I can have two different beliefs floating around in my head at the same time. And so this is what this is all about. We're going into how do we overcome that? How do we squash that beef? How do we settle that score? So this is going to be a good one. I really cooked on this one, I fear. Oh, the rubber hand. Okay, yeah, the rubber hand experiment. Now that's another cool one. Here, I want to show you this real quick. I'm just going to pull up.
Going to hurt your...
So, this is the rubber hand illusion. What they do is you put a rubber hand on the table and then you put your real hand off to the side. And then they do the same thing to both the real hand and the fake hand. And then what starts to happen is your brain will confuse the fake hand as if it were the real hand. And so after they do that, are they gonna... Now watch this. They take a hammer and they smash the fake hand. And you jump in pain as if it was your real hand. If you have a fake hand, you could try this at home. Anyway, lots of videos of people trying that one out. I don't want to do this experiment. Yeah, you don't need to. You could just watch videos of other people doing it. That's fine. My light, I forgot to turn my light up a little bit. It was a little dark. Yeah, and if you really want to prank them, hit their real... No, just kidding. Smash their real hand. No. So we've got a fun presentation later. We've got some questions. We're going to do some questions first, and then we'll hop on in. So let's go ahead and get started. Let's go ahead and get into some questions. Hello, Papa in chat. Everybody say hi. Everybody say hello. In 2 months, I will be starting a new job in a big city close to me, and it makes me anxious. A few years ago, when I was way more mentally unstable, I had a mental breakdown shortly after, leading me to quit my job and move back home to my parents. Now, years later, I have grown into a completely different person, and I have never felt better about myself. I just want to say that you already said it. You already said the thing that I was going to say. You're a different person. And so you're thinking about the things that happened to a different person, the person you were, but now you are the person that you are, and you're much more grounded, much more capable. And so you're right to have that anxiety, because when you look at what happened before and you're like, okay, well, I don't want to repeat the same thing. I don't want to get stuck in some sort of pattern. That fear, that anxiety, that trepidation, that's normal. That's to be expected. It should be there. It should be there, because imagine how tragic it could be if you just rushed into it headlong without a single care. That anxiety is going to be there to be a tool to help you to make good decisions, to navigate your path forward. There's a healthy level of anxiety to have about stuff. When we should really be worried is when we're completely free of anxiety, when we know that there should be some. That's when you really gotta watch out. Like, sure, let's buy another car. Who cares? Let's just refinance the house. You know, it's like maybe you should care a bit more about that kind of stuff. Anyway. Nevertheless, I feel very anxious about how I will deal with my new environment. I will be the only guy in a department full of women. I do not know anyone close in the city. Well, of course you don't, because you're not there yet. How could you know people in the city? Well, unless you just knew somebody from there already, or you knew somebody who moved there. Like, of course you don't know anybody, because you're not there. You're not hanging out there. You're not going to the places there. You're not meeting people from there. So you gotta go there and you gotta meet them first. That's how you get to know them. I'm afraid I'm gonna have a very hard time adjusting to everything. You might have, there will be challenges, I'm not gonna lie to you. There will be challenges, there will be moments of confusion and frustration, but that's to be expected. What you gotta watch out for is this. When you find yourself in a situation and you feel like I should be more worried about this, you know, maybe I feel like I've got nothing to worry about. Maybe I should be more worried. And then you start making shit up. You start making up things to be worried about. Anxiety is a tool. You gotta know when to take it out of the bag and when to put it back in the bag. If you just leave it out, it's gonna find something to do. It's gonna start, hyper fixating on stuff. It's gonna start imagining wolves walking around in your hallways. Loneliness especially is an issue that I'm still recovering from. My hobbies usually do not involve other people, so making contacts through those seems rather unlikely. But there are other people that practice those hobbies, and they probably have meetups. If not, but you're feeling really bold, you could maybe start a community meetup. Like, hey, we're gonna meet. I don't know what your hobbies are, so I don't know where you would meet at. The park, community center, I don't know. Even just chatting to other people online about it, Meeting people face to face really does hit differently, but in a pinch, online will scratch the itch. How do I give myself time to breathe? This is a good question. How do I give myself time to breathe and adjust to my new job and environment while trying to build a new social circle? Thank you. Take it one breath at a time. Take a big deep breath and ask yourself, all right, what's next? What's that next step? Focus on that one. You've got a laundry list of stuff that you need to do. I need to adjust to the job, I need to get settled, I need to make new friends, I need to make time for my hobbies. Got a lot of stuff on my plate. Just worry about the next one. Don't worry about the whole list, because the list goes on and on and on. It's really got no end. So don't worry about the entire list. You worry about the next item on the list. So as many times a day as you can remember to do so, take a big deep breath and just ask yourself, all right, what's next? You're gonna do great, and I feel like deep down you do know that. Older, wiser, ready to really take on the world. I'm of the belief that it's best to get your mentally unstable days out of the way early. Because I feel like we've all been there. It's best to just get them out of the way early. Do it while you're young. Then you can settle in. At least that's my approach. Hey, Papa. I'm very nervous about the Medicaid funding freeze. To my knowledge, they're gonna have to reinstate it. It's not gonna be. I'm assuming. I'm like just based on the law, unless they're willing to break the law, which they have been known to do. But I feel like this is a law that they can't really break. But we thought that about other laws too. You're right to be worried because there's just been like a freeze to like pretty much all government funding and all government grants and stuff. But there are certain types of aid, like food stamps and Medicaid, that are paid out more on like an annual basis to the state, and then the state makes those payments on the monthly basis. The state's the one that then allocates that money. At least that's my understanding of it. I'm pretty sure that's how it goes. I know that's how it goes for it's because it's federal aid, but then they pay that every year, just based on what they, the numbers from the previous year, and then the state is the one that pays it out on the monthly. So, to my understanding, things should remain mostly unchanged because it would be a state thing and not a federal thing. But I would just be mindful of where things continue. So if you are on some sort of federal assistance, whether you get Medicaid or food stamps, EBT, that should still be coming. That should still be as it was, to my understanding. But if they don't unfreeze it soon, because there's really no point in freezing it because it's already been paid, it's already accessible. So it doesn't really make sense that they froze it, because I'm on SSDI, so I should be safe. I would assume so. Because a lot of that stuff that's like federal money, it's paid to the state gets that money, and then the state is the one that pays it out to the people. And they do that like a year ahead in many cases. So I'm hoping everything is put back into place soon, because this is quite unusual. Honestly, things have really been very concerning lately. I'm tired of living in interesting times. I want to live in boring times again. The world is bad says bad. I don't think the world is bad, but I feel like people can be pretty fucking bad. Not even all of them. I would say that most people are pretty good. I can confidently say that most people are pretty good. But there's a decent enough percentage of people that just really fucking suck, and they ruin it for the rest of us. So my problem is not with the world. Mother Nature is Mother Nature. My problem is with people. Mostly greedy people. Greedy people are probably just the worst. So hopefully we feel at least a little bit relieved. I mean, I'm still, you know, on guard. If this is stuff you're worried about, which you're right to be worried about it, I would look into different ways to organize different events that might be, you know, in your area. If there are, you know, protests, demonstrations, you know. It really sucks that they make you go out and protest to get the stuff that we need. That's America. We had to protest to let women vote. We had to protest to let black people vote. We had to protest to end segregation. Like, if there's stuff that we want, we have to fight for it. That's the status quo in America. I was finally able to get on track with my life after quitting my job and applied for Medicaid. My first therapy appointment is tomorrow, and I have a doctor appointment lined up. That's a W. Are you excited? I'm hoping you're excited. This is the start of a new chapter. I'm currently trying to cope, and I'm scared I won't be able to get the help I need. You should still be able to. As far as right now, I think everything should be unchanged. Because if they just... You gotta remember that the people who depend on Medicaid aren't just the people who have Medicaid. There are thousands of people, maybe probably even millions of people, who are employed in the Medicaid system, like the public healthcare system, and so they're not gonna just make a entire population of people have no job and no access to healthcare. That would be... there would be chaos. There would be chaos. Because some of the people who are the most actively mentally ill, you know, I'm talking about people who are walking around on the streets, yelling at themselves, you know, like maybe even engaging in like light vandalism, you know, like breaking stuff. Mostly just a danger to themselves, you know, not so much a danger to other people, but those are the people who depend on the public healthcare system. And so if you take away the public healthcare system, there's going to be a lot more people like that walking around, and nobody wants that. So anyway, this is them fucking around. Hopefully we don't find ourselves in the finding out stage, but thankfully the finding out stage for this is at least semi-delayed. It's not true, there are people who want that. That's true, but those people are just so awful and villainous that I often try to forget that they even exist, but now you're right, they are real. They want more chaos because there's profit to be made off of chaos. The US found its way to the top of the world economy by selling bullets, baby. Luckily, I budgeted for the time I can be without work and I have the funds to sustain myself, but I'm just so worried because I don't want to fall back to where I was a year ago. I'm not exactly sure what I'm expecting from posting, but I feel a bit relieved just by typing this. Oh, there you go. I think you also answered your own question there. You just wanted to get your feelings out. Just wanted to process it. Putting it into words, vocalizing it, writing it down. It's a way that helps us to process it. When it's just a thought, it's just bouncing around up in your noggin. It's got a certain nebulous characteristic to it. It's like a fart in the wind. If you really want to process that idea, that thought, that emotion, you got to put it into words. Say it out loud. Write it down. Because whenever you convert it from thought to words, as in written or spoken, you are now using a different part of your brain to process that thought. The part of your brain that knows how to write down words and knows what words mean and knows how to read, it's a different part of your brain than the part of your brain that, like, is doing the thinking. The idea part of your brain. So writing things down, saying things out loud, that's you applying more brain power to the problem. And that's why it's helpful. Alright, we're caught up on the questions for now, so I think we're gonna get into the presentation here in just a sec. Let's go ahead and get into this, because I'm excited to get to this one. This one, it's gold. It's gold. There's like $500 worth of therapy packed into this presentation. There's a good $500 worth of... That's just a number I pulled out of my ass. I don't fucking know. Could be way more. This one's good. I cooked on this one. I cooked on this one. I hadn't had a presentation in a while, and you know what? I felt bad about it. I felt bad. I was like... They like the presentations. I feel like the presentations are useful, and they're helpful. So you'll notice I found my logo again. I found my logo. Actually, I downloaded it from my PowerPoint slide because it was saved to my PowerPoint. So I was like, yoink, got my logo back. The counselor you were working with looked at a lot of things through the lens of plants. I like to do that too. That's one of the things I like to do because plants, they're easy to understand and you recognize that they're also a part of the circle of life just like us, and they have some of the same patterns that we do. You know, the branches, the roots, it looks an awful lot like our circulatory systems and our nervous systems. And we exist in this mutually beneficial, symbiotic relationship where they breathe what we exhale and they exhale what we breathe. And then they'll also give you shade. You can also use them to build a house. And they'll also, some of them will even grow fruit for you. Your brain, when it's growing and developing, it grows just like a tree does, because it's got like a root, you know, your spinal cord. And then it's even kind of got like nerve bundles that you could say like those are kind of like your roots. That's why they call it your root chakra down there in your hips, because it's got that branching bundle, like a root bundle. And then the top part is like the canopy and the top part of the tree. But trees grow up and they grow out at the same time. Your brain does the same thing. It grows up as it grows out. It's a same pattern as the plants. I don't know. How do you feel about it? I think it's kind of beautiful. Cognitive dissonance. This presentation, I know you're gonna like it. I know you're gonna like it. It's a good one. We cooked on this one. Chat, we cooked on this one. Let's go ahead and get into it, shall we? I can wait no longer. For those of you who don't know, cognitive dissonance is a fancy term for an internal disagreement or an internal conflict. That's why I used inner turmoil in the stream title, because that's what it really is all about. It's this, you're holding on to two different beliefs that are in conflict with one another, and they're both there at the same time. One of the misconceptions that a lot of people make about the human brain is that you only believe one thing at a time about a thing, you know? But in reality, what we know is our brains are much more complicated than that. Our pleasures and our pains are much more nuanced. We can sometimes find ourselves in love-hate relationships with things. We feel inner conflict, inner turmoil over these internal disagreements. And that's cognitive dissonance. So today what we're going to do is we're going to talk about what it is. We're going to talk about how to recognize it in ourselves, because one of the things is that it's kind of sneaky. It's kind of sneaky. It tries to do what it tries to do, but it doesn't necessarily want you to recognize it for what it is. So we're going to talk about how to spot it. We're going to talk about what to do about it, so that we can feel more balanced and more peaceful, more in alignment with ourselves. So, what is cognitive dissonance? Here's the definition for you. Cognitive dissonance is that feeling that you get when you have a mental discomfort that stems from conflicting beliefs, conflicting values, or conflicting attitudes, or when our actions contradict our beliefs. It's an inner conflict. It's an inner disagreement. An easy example to understand would be, I know I need to eat better and I need to eat more healthy and I don't want to, have high cholesterol or whatever. So I should eat healthy foods, but then I might have a hard time actually doing that. Maybe I really like fast food, Maybe I that's just what I eat. And so we have these feelings, and then we engage in the behavior, and then we feel guilty afterwards. The thing about cognitive dissonance is it can be applied to many different things. As we said, it's beliefs, it's values, it's attitudes, it's actions. It goes into basically everything that we can do. Another example would be Maybe you spent some money on something and you just not really what you were hoping for. And so maybe we justify it and we're like, well, at least, it's, yeah, So cognitive dissonance can lead us to justify our actions. It can result in us feeling guilty. It can also create experiences of tension. Maybe we support a cause, but maybe we feel bad because we aren't taking meaningful action about that cause. Maybe we feel really strongly about it, but we're like, well, but I'm not exactly doing anything about it. Is it true that guilt is not a feeling? I would classify it as a feeling. I would label it as a feeling. I would put it up with like remorse or regret. It's like it makes you feel some type of way. If it makes you feel some type of way, it's more often than not a feeling. I've heard people say it's a self-judgment, and that self-judgment results in a feeling, we have a cycle that exists in our brain. We have a thought, emotion, action kind of cycle that forms. Our thoughts result in an emotion, which dictates an action, which creates a new thought, which creates a new emotional response. And anyway, like it is an action of your inner critic. Guilt is an action of your inner critic. But it produces a feeling. You can have an inner critic that you could be dismissive of, and you may not experience guilt as a result of that judgment. But I would say that the feeling of guilt, that remorse, that regret, that sorrow, is a result of the self-judgment behavior. Is guilt a cognitive dissonance by what you're saying? It can be. Sometimes the guilt can be valid, it can be justified, but in some cases the guilt is unwarranted. So these are just some examples, and these aren't the only examples, because when we think about cognitive dissonance, you gotta remember that this can apply to just about anything. What it can also apply to is your image of yourself. What do I think about the person that I am? You might have some conflicting feelings about that person. You may have a love-hate relationship with yourself. Why does cognitive dissonance happen? Why do we have internal disagreements? Why can't we just make up our mind? Well, here's a couple theories. Maybe it ties back to human nature. We strive for internal consistency. And when things become inconsistent, that makes us uncomfortable. And this discomfort motivates us to resolve the conflict. Why do I argue with my internal monologue? You should be having a discussion with your internal monologue. We're like, hey, we don't have to yell. We can talk like grown-ups. was here a few months ago worrying about how I'm going to make it to med school, but I crawled my way in with a bit of money. I am at a place which I dreamed of years ago, but I don't feel fulfilled. Rather, I am restless. Any tips on it? Maybe reconnect with who you were those years ago. This is what you were dreaming of, and now you're living it. Now you're in that moment. Take this as a time to recognize the milestone and try to celebrate that success. You don't feel fulfilled because you're still getting there. Sometimes fulfillment takes time, because we're not filled up yet. We're still hungry. We're still in the pursuit. I'd say good work. Keep up the good work. Now you've got momentum. I was very motivated and disciplined back then, but I am just not that person anymore. I was way different. Well, are you trying to become that person again, or are you trying to become someone new who can learn something from that person that you were? To try to return to someone that you were is a fool's errand. There's no returning to the past. There is only forward. There is only through. You can look back to the person you were, and you can learn from them, and you can bring that into today. But you can't be that person. You are in the process of becoming the person that you are going to be. Why would an average normal person even have an internal monologue without cognitive dissonance? That's a good question. Get to it in just a sec. Why else does cognitive dissonance happen? Could be a survival mechanism. Hopefully these reasons might help to answer your question. Perhaps cognitive dissonance exists because it is a mechanism to help us make decisions and reduce uncertainty. The thing about dissonance is that it often pushes us to align with our beliefs and to align our beliefs to our actions so that we follow up on our word. We do what we say. We adhere to the things that we believe, and we don't just let beliefs be beliefs. Now, I'm glad that you brought up an internal dialogue, because an internal dialogue is one of the ways that cognitive dissonance can manifest. Cognitive dissonance doesn't always manifest in the form of an internal dialogue. Sometimes it can manifest in the form of anxiety or depression or anger or any number of different emotions. Sometimes it's more cerebral. Sometimes it's reflective in our thought processes. And so I'm glad you brought that up, because we're actually going to talk about that. The effect of the internal dialogue and cognitive dissonance. So let's talk about how it manifests. Let's talk about those internal voices and those echoes from the past. These were the thoughts that I was having that inspired me to put this presentation together, and I was trying to figure out what angle to take, and I took the cognitive dissonance angle. So follow me here for a minute. Follow me here for a minute. This was the thought that I was having that really kicked off me wanting to put this presentation together. Some of our thoughts are delivered in a specific tone, a specific voice. Do you know what I mean? Your thoughts have a sound to them. They don't actually, they're not actually hearing anything, but the thought itself, it feels as if it's got a sound to it. It's got a tone. It's delivered in a voice. You know what I mean? And it often reflects the criticisms or the messages that we have internalized from other people, such as our parents, our caregivers, the people that we went to school with, our teachers, our coworkers, our bosses. For example, individuals who have experienced verbal harassment or harsh criticism. Maybe you had an overly critical parent and they were always telling you, they're just always putting you down, always pointing out what you were doing wrong. Those voices may linger in your mind. You may experience your inner dialogue as a sort of echo of these influences. These voices ending up perpetuating our self-doubt, our harsh self-criticism, or our low self-esteem. Now just take a moment to think about this, and I know it might be uncomfortable, but by pushing through discomfort, we find more comfort. So just take a moment to think about one of your self-criticisms. Just take a moment to think about one of your self-criticisms. Whose voice is it in? Is it in your voice? Is it in your parents' voice? What sort of tone are they using? What I've commonly heard people say is that a lot of the thoughts that they will experience will have a certain voice or tone to them, and these negative voices tend to be very harsh, very critical, and sometimes it even sounds as if it was the voice of a parent or a teacher, or they remember being told something and it's like an echo that has just lingered in their mind. And so this is one of the ways that cognitive dissonance can manifest as echoes. Do people hear inner voices? Imagine someone talking to you. Imagine someone talking to you. Imagine someone coming up to you and saying, "Hi, hello, how are you?" Just imagine someone talking to you. That's what I'm talking about. It's like, that's what I mean. It's like you're not actually hearing it, but you can imagine someone saying it, and so it's almost like you could hear it because you're able to think about it. And so sometimes, like, let me give you a more direct example. It's like maybe your dad was an asshole and your dad used to always call you stupid. And so now, whenever you mess up on something, you hear in your mind, it's like you're hearing your dad's voice saying, you idiot. Like that's a very direct example of what this would be like. It's like they're right there with you. Because you are remembering the sound that you heard. When they said that thing to you, it was impactful on you and you remembered it. And so whenever you are repeating it to yourself, you are remembering that sound that you heard. Can one erase said voice or forget it somehow? Oh. I wouldn't leave you hanging like this. Oh no. We're gonna talk about it some more. We're gonna talk about how to change it and overcome it. Now I know not everybody has an inner dialogue, but a lot of people do. We all think in different ways, and I think that's pretty cool. For many of us, our thoughts is a form of internal dialogue. So let's pay attention to what our inner dialogue sounds like. What is our inner dialogue doing? Is our inner dialogue in a harsh tone? Is it using language that feels critical? My dad told me I was a fat ass who should be ashamed to go outside because I was getting a popsicle on a 100-degree day and told me I should never wear a bikini again, and I replay that a lot around food. All right, well, let's remove that one from your playlist. I don't think that one's not really a banger. I don't think that one's worth keeping. Because that's a pretty fucked up thing to say to a child. I just hear that when I open the fridge. Have you thought about telling him to shut the fuck up? That's what I like to do. When I have those types of thoughts, I start talking back. I'm like, oh, you want to go? I'm like, I'll fucking go. Like, how mentally fucked up do you have to be to do that to a child? Does your inner dialogue ever sound like a specific person from your past? I guess it's good they finally disowned me. They never owned you in the first place. You are free. If you want my opinion on it, that was the nicest thing they've ever done for you, is letting you go. Those people don't treat you like family, they treat you terribly. I've seen prisoners treated more kindly. It sounds like your adoptive parents, because they aren't your birth parents, they're just the people who adopted you and then mistreated you. Um, they aren't well mentally, emotionally, spiritually. They are sick people, and they're making you sick. My inner dialogue sounds like my parents being disappointed. See, I feel like we're onto something here, right? We're onto something here. Does your inner dialogue ever sound like somebody that talked to you? Are you repeating what they said to you? Ask yourselves these questions. Am I being unduly harsh with myself? These are questions for reflection for you. I just want you to think about the nature of your internal dialogue. Do you ever find yourself being unduly harsh with yourself? Do you ever find yourself just being so mean to yourself? Meaner to yourself than you would ever dare be to somebody else? Are we dealing with confidence or esteem issues? The way to develop more confidence and better self esteem is to recognize that you have issues in those areas. And so, recognizing that you have issues in those areas, or you feel a lack of confidence, you feel, low self esteem, if you want to do something about it, you got to recognize that it exists. See, mine's always my voice, even if I hear it from somewhere else, like I internalized to the point that it's me saying it. Then I think a meaningful reflection for you to take is, do I mean what I say? Because at that point, it's definitely you saying it. If you're hearing it and it's in your voice, then it's coming from you, as far as I'm concerned. You are repeating someone else's words, but now they're your words. So do you believe them? And if you don't, but the thing is sometimes maybe we do. Sometimes we do believe them a little bit. Maybe we're split. Maybe there's a split here. Maybe it's 80-20. Maybe it's 50-50. And this is where cognitive dissonance really sets in. It's that internal disagreement. Do I like myself? Do I not like myself? Like, well, there are parts of me that I like. There are parts of me I appreciate. I want to see myself do well. There are parts of me that can be unnecessarily harsh and critical and unkind to myself. So where do I land? My voice is definitely me. I think I've become friends with it over time. Hell yeah. That's the goal. To be nicer to yourself. I hear my own voice when I'm reading or thinking normal thoughts, but critical stuff is usually my father or mother's voice. See, this is exactly what I'm talking about. It's like that's where you learned it from. You're repeating their words. So now you can recognize that this thought isn't your thought. This thought has been given to you by someone else. By saying that thing to you, they've basically taken a thought out of their head and they put it into your head. So now it's yours to deal with. So what do you want to do with it? I think you can believe it, but know it's not true. And that's why I think cognitive dissonance may never become a 100% thing. It's always, there's always going to be a slight split, perhaps. I don't know. Is it ever possible to 100% believe something? It's hard to say. You can 99.99999 repeating. It's hard to say. I don't want their thoughts in my life at all. Then let's let them go, shall we? Thankfully, those thoughts are neatly labeled. They're in their voice, so they're easier to identify. They can be trickier to identify when they're in your voice. So, one more question for your consideration. What ideas that were introduced to you by others are continuing to echo within your mind? And when I say an idea introduced to you by someone else, I'm talking about, maybe you had somebody call you a name. Maybe you had somebody say you were, they had something critical to say of you and it still lingers because of the thing that they said. That is them introducing the idea to you. And now it continues to echo within your mind. Can we identify any of those? Are there any that come to mind for you? We identify those thoughts, and now we get to decide what do we want to do with them. What do we want to do with those thoughts? Before we talk more about what to do about these thoughts and how to change those thoughts, because we're going to get into it, we're going to go through it step by step. But before we do, I just want to take a moment to talk about the effect that this type of stuff has on us. It's emotionally stressful. This inner turmoil, this inner conflict, this constant back and forth of having to justify these contradictions. It's very draining mentally and emotionally. They can also lead us to become avoidant. We can develop avoidant behaviors as a result of these internal conflicts, because if we just ignore them, it may cause us to become procrastinators. It may have us disengage. We may find ourselves isolated. Also, this internalized negativity can result in self-sabotage. It eats away at your self-confidence, and it bars your growth. So this is why it's important stuff to work on. This is why this is important stuff to do. Because this is the kind of stuff that over the long term can really eat at you. And that's why we're talking about it. Because this is stuff that everybody deals with. Everybody's got their stuff that they're trying to sort through. And this is why it's important to work on it. So let's talk about how to address it. Step 1, as always, awareness. What is the conflict? Let's identify it. Where are my thoughts and actions and beliefs clashing? So if you have these beliefs about yourself, and this is generalized for cognitive dissonance in general, but what we've been talking about as well is a more specific form of it, talking about our perception of ourselves. how we feel about us. And I feel like that's a really important area to address when dealing with your internal conflict. It's actually a really good place to start. Is how do I feel about me? And then we get to everything else. So what is the conflict that we're working through? And let's trace it back to the source. Where did this come from? Is this belief truly mine, or is this one that I inherited from someone else? Do I actually believe that I am dumb, or was I just told that I was dumb by someone else, and I believe it because that's what they told me? What happens if it's true? Sometimes it will be true. Sometimes you will realize some uncomfortable things about yourself, and you can realize, wow, maybe I've been a bit of an asshole. You know, maybe you just gotta own up to that. Maybe you gotta eat the shit sandwich. And so my advice is, if you have to eat a shit sandwich, don't nibble. In doing self-reflections, you will sometimes realize some uncomfortable truths about yourself. You might become aware of some of the ways that you could be short-sighted. You might be, inattentive. You might be neglectful. You might be unavailable. You might recognize some things about yourself that are just, they're not good things. But it's an important realization to have, because when I realize these things about myself, I am now empowered to do something about it. Sometimes, in order to become a better person, I have to become more aware of the ways in which I can be a not so good person. So awareness is the first step. To understand and identify the internal conflict that I'm working through. So step 2 is, it's time to question and challenge those beliefs. Now that we know the what, and we know where it came from, now we can move on to the why. Why do I hold this belief? Why do I feel this way? Why do I allow these things to echo in my mind? Maybe some things that were said to me when I was young, I held on to them not because they were true or because they were important, but because they were just very painful. Because sometimes we hold on to pain so that we can protect ourselves from future pain. But sometimes the pain we hold on to is pointless. Oh, hello. Hello, Jace. Hello, Vinzi. Welcome in. I think that's what I do. I just hold on to all of it and I don't leave room to let anyone in. So you can identify that you've got some stuff that you're ready to let go of. A box of knickknacks. But you're not sure if you really want to just let it go because you haven't had a chance to really go through it. You gotta go through it. You gotta go through it item by item. I like to try to remain mentally tidy. I try to keep things running neat and tidy. Um, when I am faced with a belief or a feeling, I like to ask myself, is this something worth keeping? Or is this something I can let go of? Because I think you and I would both agree that all of the things you are holding on to are not all things worth holding on to. Peter, go outside? He's snoozing. Huh? Does he want to go? Atticus is lazy. He doesn't want to go outside. He says, I'm good. Okay. When you want to let go of stuff, I have a whole I think I have a whole presentation about the art of letting go. Maybe we'll do a 2-for-1 today. Maybe we'll do a special feature 2-for-1. All right, getting back to examining and challenging our beliefs. Another question to ask yourself, is this belief aligned with my values, or is this something that I have internalized? I would like to let go of all of these things because I would like to have a future and be happy. I want you to think about something for a moment. I want you to imagine, where I'm at right now as just a point. Just a point on a map. And then imagine where you're trying to get to. This imagined future where we can finally be as happy as we're trying to be. How wonderful of a pathway is it in getting from where you are now to getting where you are going? That journey itself is worth being happy about. That journey itself is worth celebrating. It's not just about the destination. It's not just about where we're trying to get to. It's about celebrating the direction that we're headed in. It's about celebrating our ability to enjoy the moment that we are in, to recognize that we are growing and learning. If you are waiting for permission to be happy, I need you to realize that you are the one that signs your own permission slips. You're a grown-up now. You don't need anybody else to sign off on that permission slip for you. So if you're sitting around waiting for somebody to give you permission to be happy, that person is you. It's not about the pursuit of happiness, it's about the happiness of pursuit. Let's talk about reframing these thoughts. If we can recognize our harsh inner dialogue, we can now start to work to reframe it. We can replace it with compassionate self-talk. So recognize the thought when it happens and ask yourself, okay, what's an alternative here? What is a replacement for this thought? Can a person live their life in a way to never face cognitive dissonance? I don't think so, because cognitive dissonance could even, you could even simmer down cognitive dissonance to, do I want waffles or do I want pancakes? Do I want bacon or do I want sausage? Do I want my eggs scrambled? Do I want them over easy? Even like it's like a mechanism within your brain that's just like, this is the thing that I believe, but what if this? I think you're always going to look back and wonder what could have been different. I don't think there's anything yeah. You could end up making all of the statistically best choices across the entire span of your life, but you may still wonder what the other side would have been like. I think that's a very human thing to do, is to, wonder what it would have been like if things had been different. Even if things would have been objectively worse, we still wonder what things would have been like if they were different. This one's another banger here. This is the best friend technique. Imagine you're talking to your best friend, and they come to you and they say, I'm feeling this way about myself. I'm feeling, all of these terrible things about myself. What would you say to them? This is one of those techniques that might even sound, silly in its approach, but it really is very helpful. Learning to see yourself as someone that you care about, learning to see yourself as a friend. A lot of people have a very internalized, distaste for themselves. They carry all of those judgments and criticisms that others have laid onto them, and they just stash them away. Reframing is going to be tremendously helpful in dealing with these things. So let me give you an example. Let's say that you're dealing with something harsh or something cruel that a parent said to you when you were a kid. Instead of adhering to it and continuing to just believe it or to allow it to bother us, how can we change it? How can we reframe it? That was a terrible thing to say to a child. Maybe we can move into just... You remember, have you ever heard, I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed? I feel like one of the things that can really be healing is transitioning from active anger about something and moving into disappointment over that thing. I find that disappointment is much more sustainable and much more digestible long-term than anger is. Anger really just chips away at you, kind of eats you from the inside. Disappointment, though. Disappointment allows us to set healthy boundaries and to set realistic expectations for people. Or maybe reminding yourself that a person that speaks to a child that way is not a person that is worthy of being listened to. You can try that one on for size. You know, if this is how they talked to me when I was a kid, then why am I listening to them? Why should anyone listen to what they have to say? What they have to say is objectively terrible. Changing your relationship with your thoughts. Very helpful, very effective. Let's talk about step 3. Let's talk about step 3. Let's talk about aligning our actions with our values. We want our thoughts and our beliefs and our actions to be in line with our values. So what is a value of yours? You know, what do you believe about yourself? What do you consider to be one of your personal values? You know, do you want to be a good person? Do you strive to be kind and compassionate and empathetic and patient and all those things that we want people to be? Can you imagine what a tremendous piece of awfulness you have to be to pay a bunch of money to adopt a child and then hold that dollar amount over their head? Like, that's just indescribably cruel to me. That is cartoonishly evil. They also drove me to an orphanage to threaten me sometimes. This is starting to sound sociopathic. This is serial killer shit. That chap Raid, welcome in, Raiders. Hope you're having a good afternoon or evening or night or morning or whatever time it is wherever you're at. Hello, everybody. Hello, welcome in. We were talking about how to overcome cognitive dissonance today. We were talking about how to overcome inner turmoil, and so you're joining us partway through a presentation here. I left when they told me I would be leaving a body bag if I kept misbehaving. So what I'm hearing is that you endured psychological torture, but you survived because you're a badass. We're in the reframing business here. Yeah, no, we need to leave those people behind us. We have outgrown those people. I don't know if they're on a list, but I feel like they should be. If you put coal under a lot of pressure, you get a diamond. You know? Sometimes it's the people who are put under the most pressure in life that really turn out to be a gem. All right. In aligning your actions with your values, just take some time to think about what are my values, what really is important to me, and are my actions in line with that? Do I believe that I should be nice to myself? Do I believe that I should practice good self-care? Do I believe that I am as deserving of my own love and affection as anyone in the entire universe? Earlier, we talked about the cognitive dissonance that comes from not being enough of an advocate for a cause that you believe in. And so, if advocacy is important to you, try to find small ways to contribute meaningfully. And sometimes that's just having a conversation about it. Sometimes that's just helping to dispel someone else's confusion or to clear up somebody else's misinformation. Those are still meaningful actions that are necessary in order to advocate for what it is that we believe in. And most importantly here, we need to practice self-compassion. Growth is a process, and it's okay to make mistakes along the way. This also applies to our mental health. Sometimes we'll have our ups and downs. This is the last step. There's four. There's 4 steps. Mindfulness and reflection. Mindfulness is a really important skill because it is what helps you to observe your thoughts without judgment. When we are more practiced in just observing our thoughts, as if they are just a phenomenon of the universe, as if they are just any other thing, instead of having, so much power over us or just being so impactful, without us being able to really regulate. It's really important to just practice to observe your thoughts without immediately jumping into judgment of your thoughts. So, an example of this would be, I need to be mindful of how I respond whenever that thought pops up. If I have this thought and it's me hearing my parent say something mean to me, and then I get mad at myself for still being bothered by it, if I start, chastising myself, it's like, why am I so stupid? Why can't I get over this? Why haven't I gotten over this yet? That's because we're immediately jumping into judgment. Because when we start to identify our internal conflicts, we might immediately jump into some sort of judgment directed at ourselves for even having that conflict in the first place. We might have this thought that is bothersome to us, and it's maybe it was a parent and they said you're stupid. And now every time you feel stupid, it's like you hear your parents say I'm stupid. And then you get mad at yourself because you're like, why am I still bothered by this? I'm an adult now. This shouldn't still bother me. Why can't I get over this? And that's you judging yourself. And that's perpetuating the cycle. What we're trying to do is we're trying to observe the thought as it is without immediately jumping into judgment. This is going to allow us to identify these internal conflicts more clearly. Journaling can also be a really important activity to do. Write about those moments. Explore the causes of that tension. Because you gotta remember that the part of your brain that you use to speak words, the part of your brain that you use to write words down, it's a different part of your brain than the part of your brain that just thinks about it. And so if we want to process that thing, that feeling, that conflict, put more brain power behind it. That's what actually makes me feel stupid, that I'm an adult and I can't overcome these thoughts. See, I do know my stuff. You see how I do know my stuff. I'm a step, you know, like because I've been there, you know. Like sometimes the frustration that we're dealing with is that this is still frustrating to us, and we're not sure why it's frustrating to us. Because I feel like I should be doing better. This shouldn't bother me. But that's you judging yourself, and we need to show ourselves more compassion. Remember this, every time you feel stupid, that's a good indicator of how smart you actually are, because it takes a smart person to recognize their own stupidity. All of the people that I've met who were genuinely, just truly stupid, they were very confident in their own intelligence. They were very sure of their knowledge. So it takes a smart person to realize just how stupid you are. Another important thing, if we want to reduce that mental strain, is to practice gratitude. Focus on what's going well. Even when I'm feeling good, I don't feel stupid, but I never feel smart. What does feeling smart feel like? Here's an example for you, Dean. Try this on for size. A little mental exercise. Let's say that somebody comes up to you and they have a question. They have a question for you, and you're just the person to ask. And they ask you a question, and you have the exact answer that they're looking for. And they say, "Oh my gosh, thank you so much. I knew you were the one to ask." How would that make you feel? Not much going well for me at the moment, but I am alive and I have a home, a husband, and animal babies. Then what? Okay, can I just, in all fairness, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Why do we need to tack on that first part? We're focusing on that which we are grateful for. So why do we have to steal our own thunder? Because, in my opinion, that's a lot of good stuff. There are a lot of people out there, and I know we shouldn't compare ourselves to others. You caught me. But there are a lot of people out there who would die to have any one of those things that you have. You know, maybe they got nothing. So, in focusing on what's going well for us, just focus on what's going well for us. Don't use that as an opportunity to think about the things that aren't going well for you, because that wasn't the assignment. To be alive, to have a home, to have a partner that loves you, and to have pets that love you, that's good. That's a lot to be grateful for. Because the next step, if you want to feel more love, if you want to go even deeper into that feeling, focus on the love that you know and start expanding it. Go deeper into that love. Your love for a person, a cat, a tree, whatever it is. Go allow yourself to go deeper into that love. Anxiety, my old friend. Anxiety. Anxiety is like having an old... You know what anxiety is like? Anxiety is like having a dog. You ever met a hypervigilant dog? You ever met a dog who is just always on alert? Always, what's that? Huh? Somebody make a sound? Is that the leaves rustle on the tree? Takes a lot of effort to walk that dog, but if you want that dog to be leash trained, you gotta walk him. Anxiety is a lot like a dog. Dogs are very anxious-driven creatures. Cats, on the other hand, cats are pretty chill. Cats can be on high alert, but they're much less, actively anxious. They're much less, what? I tell my anxiety I'm going to send it to the pound. No, you don't send it to the pound, you take it to the dog park. You give it a bath, you trim its nails. You express its anal glands. We had to have that done for Atticus. He had to get his anal glands expressed, and it cost surprisingly less than I thought it was going to cost. It was only like $27. Like, oh, that's a deal. Here I was thinking I was going to have to do it myself to save some money. When I called and asked the vet, I'm like, how much to have my dog's anal glands expressed? And they were like, that's $27. I'm like, I'm on my way. I'm on my way. They could charge $1,000 for it and still have a line out there. Yeah, of course, because nobody wants to do that themselves. God bless the dog groomers of the world. So, why does any of this matter? Why is it important to settle these internal conflicts? It promotes our growth. If we face and resolve these challenges, we can start to challenge the beliefs that we have that are limiting to us. And we can start embracing healthier beliefs. For a lot of people, the solution to their internal conflict is to try to not think about it. That never works. I mean, sometimes. Maybe sometimes it works. There are some problems that it's just like we just need to allow ourselves to forget, and we do that by just not thinking about it. For some stuff, that works. Small stuff, mostly. Sometimes stuff that lingers a bit heavier. Things that might have been there for a few years. That might not be stuff that we could just so easily forget. So in resolving these internal conflicts, you are freeing up more space for healthy beliefs within your mind. And that's a good thing. At least in my opinion. Reducing that internal tension, those internal conflicts, it can help to bring you peace and clarity. It's good for your emotional well-being. Like neoliberalism, just forget about it. Yeah, just forgetting about it is a very it is a very neoliberal thing to do. As long as we can get back to brunch. That's what they were talking about. Just, it's, unless you spend a lot of time talking about politics, you might not know what we're talking about. But it's that generation, it's that population that's just like, they just want to not think about anything that's wrong in the world, and they just want to get back to brunch. They just want to, like... But there are like real tangible issues that they should be bothered by, but they're just very like self-absorbed, and they're just like, when can I just get back to my life being comfortable? Just don't worry about it. I'm sure somebody will figure it out. And lastly, resolving cognitive dissonance, those internal disagreements, it can empower you to make more changes in your life. By becoming more aware of yourself, and by resolving these conflicts within you, you are more empowered to take meaningful steps towards self-improvement, aligning yourself with what is truly important to you, your values. So what are your values? When it comes to your sense of self, what are your values? Do you want to be somebody that you like? Do you want to be a good person? What does it mean to be a good person? And are you living in a way that reflects those values? All right, let's wrap it up. Cognitive dissonance. It's a natural part of the human experience. Internal disagreements, they're bound to happen. And you know why? Because it's an evolutionary or biological mechanism. Your brain is always going to be like, well, this is what I believe, but what if the opposite was also true? It makes us skeptical. It helps us to, feel motivated to figure out questions and to become more in line with an objective truth. But sometimes it results in stress, and sometimes it results in a negative self-image or deflated self-esteem. And so by learning how to recognize it and understanding it and learning how to address it, we can transform that discomfort into a powerful tool for self-awareness and growth. So with practice, this inner tug of war can lead us not to great conflict, but to greater harmony and resistance and resilience. Any questions? Thoughts, comments, concerns? Cognitive dissonance is good, you just have to learn how to work with it Pretty much. It's when you think about it, it makes sense. You know, we are in many ways naturally skeptical. You know, we want to try to figure out what's true, and sometimes we question those beliefs, and sometimes we have these internal conflicts. Sometimes we believe two things at the same time, and it creates friction in our lives. But it can also help us to find out what is actually true. It can actually be there to motivate us to figure things out and to solve problems and to come up with innovative solutions. I tried a democratic approach to cognitive dissonance, but there's only 2 voices for the moment, so every vote was 1-to-1. We need a bigger table. We need a bigger parliament in here. The parliament of me. We need to bring everybody in. Voters here. See, going off of what you said, that ties you into a theory of counseling, or it's called internal family systems. Internal family systems. Now that's a fun one. That's looking at your inner self and the different parts of it. You know, the parts of you that might be, you know, a little more strict, a little bit more by the book. The part of you that likes to cut back and have fun, the part of you that is whimsical and fun, the part of you that wants to go to sleep. Anyway, this has been the presentation. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you learned something. Alright, we've got some questions in the question box. Let's get back to it. Who did Frank Hill vote for? Frank Hill? Doo-Doo Man? Who did Doo-Doo Man vote for? Frank Hill amazed and delighted everybody from Johnny Carson to fellow retirees at the Hotspot convenience store. The Manure Man of South Carolina made jewelry from bird droppings. I don't think I don't know who he voted for. He died in 2001. He died before Shrek was released. You never got to see Shrek. I don't know who you were referring to when you said Frank Hill, so I looked up Frank Hill, and this was just the first one. This was this was the first result. Doo-Doo Man leaves behind legacy of laughs. Oh, I don't. Or are we talking about this American politician? Convicted of corruption in 1994? Frank C. Hill III? A former American politician from California and a member of the Republican Party, he was convicted of corruption in 1994. Aw, who, him? Now, does he look corrupt? Yeah, I could see it. Kinda. Did the question mean Hank Hill? I mean, probably. I mean, probably. So who did Hank Hill vote for? I don't know. He's a cartoon character. He didn't vote. I meant the guy from King of the Hill. Oh, Hank Hill. I mean, Hank, Hank's all about propane. He's all about cooking a good steak. I don't know if Hank Hill's all that political. I don't know if he spends a lot of time watching Fox News. I don't know. I think that he probably secretly voted for somebody other than Trump, but didn't tell anybody about it. That's my analysis. Are pyramids dangerous? It depends on how you use them. It depends on how you use them. Like, what are you using that pyramid for? Are you using it in a safe way? If you were climbing up one, it could be dangerous. You could fall off of the thing. If you're going around exploring inside of it, who knows? It could be unstable. So I would say it's about as dangerous as any other rock. Proceed with caution. Are they dangerous in any other type of mystical way? Not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge. If you climb the pyramids in Egypt, apparently it's a $100,000 fine. Ooh, that's a big fine. So what I'm hearing is, if you're a billionaire and you want to climb the pyramids, you can. You just have to pay $100,000. One of the things that I really want people to wake up about is just perceiving how a billionaire perceives the world. You gotta recognize the way that they think. When you and I see that it's $100,000 fine to climb the pyramids, that makes us not want to climb the pyramids. But to somebody who has billions of dollars, to which $100,000 is nothing to them, that's like you going to Dollar Tree. They say, oh, $100,000 to climb the pyramids? When can we go? I'm going to fly on my private plane. I'm going to have a driver pick me up at the airport and take me right to the foot of the pyramid. That's how ultra wealthy people can be. You and I think ooh, $100,000 fine, that's pretty steep, but to them, that's pretty cheap. Anyway, enough about rich people. I'm tired of thinking about them. Tired of thinking about them. Alright, let's get to the question. There's a young homeless worm. Can I read? Hello? There's a young homeless woman I've been trying to help for the past couple days. She was kicked out of the shelter I'm living in. She was kicked out? Now, I want to have empathy for a person, but sometimes when you hear that they were kicked out of a place, it makes you wonder, and I don't know if it was justified or not, but it was for a reason, probably. So let's read further. Let's see what's going on here. People have been so cruel when discussing her. The lack of compassion has been killing me. She seems to have difficulties communicating, and I'm worried that she will struggle to fend for herself. It's hard being homeless, let alone being a young homeless woman. Absolutely. It's dangerous. It's downright dangerous to be homeless. I was late in checking in with her today. I think I saw her walking away from where she's been napping and keeping her belongings, but I was still waking up and decided to give her space. I was hoping she'd come back before I left for the library for the day, but didn't see her. I bought food for her yesterday and planned to do the same today, but I can't find her anywhere. I walked from the library back to her spot and didn't see her. I think she may have gone to apply for services somewhere. She mentioned a SNAP application yesterday. So she's at least somewhat with it, and she's accessing services. The thing about homelessness, and this is something that I learned firsthand in working with homeless as a homeless outreach case manager, is that homeless people can oftentimes be much more resourceful than you give them credit for. Because a person who has not experienced homelessness, if they were to find themselves homeless, they would have no idea what to do. But a person who has had to endure and survive homelessness, they've figured out ways that can help them do that. You know, they might be more aware of the services that they can apply to or access, or the people out there that might be willing to help them or offer them, shelter or food assistance. It was for a reason. I didn't explain it fully, and she definitely made a mistake. She got very angry and pulled a fire alarm on the way out of the building. Well, that's definitely a no-no. I don't know why she did it, but I think it was a way for her to express anger at harassment I think she'd been enduring. And it's, the situation is definitely frustrating. The situation, there's not really, It's like we understand needing help and we understand the difficulties of facing harassment, but we have to recognize that being self-destructive is not a helpful way to cope with those feelings. Pringle Man again. Hey, welcome back, Pringle Man. How you doing? Haven't been here in a long time. I've had loads of help, and I'm recovering from schizophrenia set off from depersonalization. Don't think I've been here since 2023. I could look. Oh yeah, it's been a minute. 2024. It was May last year. I checked, I was curious. I know I shouldn't be worried about her, but I can't help it. Reclaw, the person you gotta be worried about most right now is... Who is the person that you should be most worried about right now? Who should be your prime focus right now? What's what Adrian Bear said? It's Joseph Robinette Biden. No, it's yourself. Girl Gone Wild got the answer. It's yourself. Now, I'm not saying that you shouldn't show other people empathy and compassion. But sometimes we will use other people's distress as a way of distracting ourselves from our own problems and the things that we're trying to work on. Cheesy Walrus asked, what's depersonalization? Pringle Man gave a great answer for that. It's the easiest way to describe it is it's like you're watching a movie behind your eyes. It just feels like you're not really in control of this, like you're just kind of watching. And it's very common in episodes of like high stress or even psychosis. It's, you know, you feel like I'm not in control of myself. I feel like I'm just watching myself do stuff. It's very scary. I just can't get my brain to agree. Then get it to agree 51% to 49%. Just start tipping the scales. You know what I mean? Just a gradual takeover. She might also just be napping in an alley. I don't think she sleeps at night. It's too cold and dangerous, and she's very exposed where she's posted up. I'm worried about her. I haven't been able to concentrate at all. I feel so bad for her, but I also know the phrase, you can't pour from an empty cup, is relevant. True. I need to make money. I have an independent contractor / gig thing I've been applying to, and I think if I can lock in on the application, I may be able to make money soon. I want to rent a storage facility to clear up space in my car. Maybe I can offer her a safer place to put some of her things. There are resources. I don't know what the situation is where you're at, but I know that here in like the Kansas City area, a lot of homeless outreach places or homeless like community centers will have some type of like on-site storage that they'll allow you to like leave some stuff there. And it's not normally a lot of storage. It might normally just be like a storage bin. But I feel like, you know, if you were to go down that route, then it's like, okay, now you have to be the responsible one anytime they want to get something out of the storage unit. And that could take time away from the stuff that you need to be doing. And so sometimes the best thing to do is to help direct somebody in the direction of finding the help that they need, instead of taking on that extra burden to be the one that offers them help. It's okay sometimes to just, redirect somebody to somebody who's more equipped to offer that help. It makes me so sad. She needs help, and it seems like she's been abandoned by everyone in her life. I see myself in her a little bit, though I'm much better off. I still have access to some resources, my car, a phone, a laptop. I know there's nothing more I can do right now, but my brain is in full panic mode anyway. You don't have... I'm just gonna be very honest here, because I'm trying to be helpful. I want to see you do well, my friend. You don't have room in your life for anybody else right now. You are your number one priority, and that is the way that it should be. So as much as we worry about the people around us, and it's good that you have empathy. It's good that you feel for them. But we just got to make sure that we're not setting ourselves on fire to keep other people warm. She usually stops by the library I'm in to use the Wi-Fi, but I haven't seen her yet today. There's a post I made to social media yesterday that explains a bit more. I don't think I really have a question. I just wanted to vent. I feel so hopeless and helpless right now. Thank you for listening, Reclaw. Thank you for sharing. Sometimes when we're not doing well in our life and we see somebody else who's also not doing well, it's like we want to be the one that can help to, be the one to help turn things around for him, to, be the one who says, everybody is just ignoring this person, but I'll be the one to help them. It's like we're offering to somebody else what we wish that somebody would offer to us. Just imagine how much good you could do if you got yourself into a more stable place. You could do so much more to help people who are struggling in positions like that if you find a firm footing for yourself. So if you really want to be helpful to the other people who are struggling, you have to help yourself right now. You have to protect yourself so that you can protect the people that you care about. And I know that it hurts, and I know that it feels selfish. But sometimes it's necessary. Just think about how much more help and assistance you could offer to people from a place where you yourself was more stable and secure. So don't let go of that part of you that wants to make a difference and who wants to help, because that's a beautiful part of you. But you need to redirect that energy under yourself. You need to be that compassionate person to yourself. And in many ways, you are being that person. But we're learning how to be that person even more. I think part of this comes down to feeling powerless to help yourself, so you want to help others negate. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's like our problems, don't know what to do about those. Other people's problems, though, now I know what I can do. I think a big thing here to recognize is that when you are in this type of position, it is not only, you know, okay to be selfish, it's necessary to be selfish. It's like you're fighting for your life here. You gotta fight like you mean it. Can't be fighting anybody else's fight right now. You've got your own fight to win. But you're getting there. You're getting there, and that's awesome. So I'm hoping that gig works out for you. I'm hoping you're able to get things sorted out with that. Cheers for a brighter tomorrow, my friend. My friend who has schizophrenia has it all the time, like people are behind his back talking to him all the time, while mine is in episodes where I hallucinate some horrible stuff. I think, you know, what you say there is very true, but it's also a good example of just how different those types of, you know, psychotic episodes or disorders can really manifest. You know, go visit your local group home sometime. Go visit your local, you know, group home and, you know, go volunteer there. Go volunteer at a alternative housing place for mental health patients. You'll really get to see what's going on. Trying to fill out as much of the app as I can today. How much of an app is it? How much is it? How much is it? Oh, I bet you can get it done today. Another interesting thing about schizophrenia is that the tone that those auditory hallucinations, you know, when people hear voices, they can be culturally contextual, meaning that if you live in Europe or America or Canada, you know, you live in like more of like a Western world, schizophrenic voices tend to be more harsh, more critical, much more negative. Whereas in many Eastern cultures, places like India, you know, the voices that people will hear when they have auditory hallucinations, they're almost more like prankster. They're like making fun of you. They're not necessarily like beating you down and grinding you into dust. They might be more jovial. And I find that to be very interesting. The way that our auditory hallucinations will manifest is culturally significant. The way that our culture shapes our perception of ourselves. Is it possible for an RN that specializes in schizophrenia, or specialties more for psychology fields? There are, okay, when I worked at one of the mental health facilities I worked at, we had nurses that worked there, and they were just at the RN level. They were registered nurses, and they had a specialty in, you know, psychiatric patients. So that's definitely a thing. It's just kind of like other forms of nursing. It's like, what types of patients do you want to work with? It's like, do you want to work with young people? Do you want to work with old people? Do you want to work with, I don't know if it would necessarily be a specialty in schizophrenia specifically, because when you work in those types of environments, you're going to often see more things than just schizophrenia. Are RNs able to work in any state, or is it per state? That's a good question. Once you get your nursing license, I think, okay, because there are traveling nurses. Traveling nurses are a thing, and I think that you can get a specialty license to be able to do that, to be able to practice in multiple places. So I'm not 100% sure. I need to ask a nurse. Because I know that travel nursing is a thing. There are people who specialize in, like, going around to different hospitals depending on where there is a need. So there are definitely nurses that are practicing in multiple different places. This is true. I see, it's just something really close to my heart. I think a great jumping off point for you, if you are looking for a job or a career path in the mental health field, a great place to start would be a peer support specialist. It's a much less stress. You know, you're still working in the mental health space, and you're still being an advocate, and you're still helping to support people in their healing. But it comes with a lot less responsibility and paperwork that you might have in some of the other positions. But it's also a great way to, you know, get into the field. A peer support specialist is a person who has lived experience with mental health and who is, you know, able to work with people and, you know, just be relatable, be supportive. You might, you know, take them, you know, you might do groups, you might, you know, there's many different things that peer support specialists will do. We had a few peer support specialists at one of the offices I worked at, and this was back when peer support was relatively new. And so we only had a couple of them, but I really liked them. I had one group where a peer support specialist was like he was like my co-host of the group. Did you hear about DeepSeek? I have, and I haven't tried it yet, but I do think it's really funny that we got blown out of the water with the AI developments. I think, you know, ultimately it'll hopefully better humankind, but that's to be determined. I'm just hoping that AI allows us to not have to work so much. I'm hoping that AI leads the way to UBI. Can't even sign up right now because mysteriously after they blew up, they started getting large-scale cyber attacks. Oh yeah, it's definitely political. It came out like a few days after they announced that they're going to spend $500 billion bolstering the American AI industry. Ooh, whoops. Honestly, I feel like the AI, I don't know, the AI race is kind of like it's the new arms race for like the new Cold War that we're in. I feel like we're kind of in like a new Cold War, but instead of like a nuclear bomb race or a space race, we're in like an AI race. And I mean, we are in a space race, but we're not really doing that much. We're kind of getting lapped on that too. Nvidia tanked. That's also really funny. There was no way in hell that Nvidia was worth $3 trillion. Nvidia was vastly overvalued. Nvidia was worth more than Microsoft and Apple. Nvidia was the most valuable company in the United States there for a minute, and it dropped like hundreds of billions of dollars in value in a single day, like $600 billion or something. The largest drop in history of the stock market. So hopefully video cards will be cheaper. That'll be nice. Has anyone checked Nancy Pelosi's stock portfolio lately? Nancy Pelosi sold Nvidia stock at the end of December. If you want to do well at the stock market, just copy what Nancy Pelosi does. Just follow her, just do what she does, and you will be guaranteed to make money because when you're that influential and that rich, you don't lose at the stock market. You have people telling you what to do. Alrighty, let's get to this question. I've left it up for long enough. Let's check it out. How do you tell if someone you love is genuinely struggling or is just using their struggles as an excuse to be an asshole and deflect responsibility for their own healing? Ooh. Ooh. That's $1 million question right there. What I would say is, look at the history and look at the patterns. You know, does it feel like the pattern is starting to repeat? Does it feel like we're not really going anywhere? Have they been saying the same thing for months and years and it's still, you know, it's just the same old thing? If that's the case, then odds are that they're probably not working on it as hard as they could be working on it. Because what I've noticed in, you know, self-improvement and mental health is that if you work it, it'll work. But there are definitely people out there who will use things like a diagnosis, or they will use their struggles as a way to just be an asshole. And that's a shitty thing to do. And while we like to have patience and understanding and empathy and compassion for people who are struggling, there are people out there who will weaponize it. You can't be mean to me. I have anxiety. You're going to say something you're critical of me? Well, now you're upsetting me, and you know that I have, you know, anxiety, and so you can't do that to me. An illness, you know, a mental illness, these types of issues or struggles that you're talking about, they can provide an explanation for behaviors. They can explain why you act the way that you act, but they do not excuse your behaviors. And so you should not use them as a means of making an excuse or a way of justifying the way that you have acted. Like, if you've been a crappy person, you gotta own that, whether or not it was because of your symptoms. You know, it's like when you have a headache. Have you ever had a headache and you just found yourself being just kind of rude to people? It's like, what do? It's like, you apologize for it. You're like, hey, I'm sorry I was so rude the other day. I had a terrible headache. You know, I was not feeling good. You own it. You accept it. You apologize. So this is a tough situation to be in, especially when it's somebody that you care about. You know, maybe they're telling you, like, I'm trying my best. I'm trying to grow. I'm trying to learn. I'm so sorry. It's like, but maybe things just aren't moving. And so what do you do? I just want to say, if you need to like distance yourself from this person, you're just feeling emotionally drained, having to help this person, just having to calm them down or whatever it is that you're, feeling like you're having to do, or if you feel like you're walking on eggshells around them all the time because you never know when they're going to go off on you, it's okay to put some distance there. I'm tired of being expected to be patient to no end, and then blaming me or even telling me that I'm just not capable of loving them how they need. Oof. Oof. Yeah, that's no good. That's no good. Sometimes what we have to do is learn how to accept the love that is given to us. Not demanding that people give us the love that we are looking for, but rather learning to accept the love that is offered to us. And so if this person is having issues with receiving love, that is on them to take care of. That is on them. The issue is not in the transmission, it is in the reception. How can you love someone the wrong way? Well, I feel like they're using the word love, but I feel like that's not what they actually mean. Like, true, genuine love is unconditional. Love is love. There are different ways that we can communicate it. Sometimes we have a hard time communicating it. Sometimes we have a hard time receiving it. Love can be challenging sometimes. But I think it's wrong to tell somebody that they are loving you in the wrong way, as long as it's not like harmful or disrespectful or whatever, because that's really not love. But you know what I mean. So I don't think it's fair that they blame you for the problems that they are dealing with internally. I feel like you're trying to do your best to support them, and, maybe they're just not willing to hear what it is you're trying to say. And also, how do I walk away from situations where it is in the it is in the negative without feeling guilty? I know I've given a safe space, but sometimes it seems like my compassion is being taken advantage of to no end, to the point where I'm feeling the own light in me being drained. It's as if they expect me to force healing on them or to enable them and encourage their behavior, and if I don't, because I have their best interest at heart, I'm being the bad friend. Sometimes, you ask, how do I walk away? Sometimes you have to walk away because that's the right thing to do. Sometimes you have to let people know that, if this is the way that you're going to treat me, you're not going to see me. They have to recognize that there are consequences for their actions. There are repercussions for the way that they treat you. We want to make sure that we're not enabling their behaviors. And sometimes continuing to come around and, continuing to try to be there and be supportive when they just want to blame us, they want to make it our fault, our problem, and they just don't really, they're just redirecting everything onto us. You are their punching bag. So what I would say is give them the space that they need to grow. Sometimes you have to do that because sometimes you have to put people into a position where they have to deal with natural consequences. If you treat people like shit, people aren't going to want to be around you. Period. Mental illness or not, if you are just mean to people, if you are putting people down, if you are just blaming them for all of your problems, mental illness or not, people aren't going to want to be around you. It's exhausting. And so you got to own that. Am I pushing people away? Am I repelling people with my attitude? Maybe I need to do some introspection. Maybe I need to look inward. And sometimes what you have to do is if you are the one who is being projected onto, you got to take that away. You can't hang around them anymore. They have to be accountable for the way that they treat people. A mental illness offers an explanation, but it does not make an excuse. Protect your peace, is what I would say. This is something that this is something you learn early on when you work in the mental health field, because you will encounter people like that. You will encounter people like that. I've worked with many of them firsthand. Sometimes people are just looking for somebody to blame. In reality, the only person they've got to blame is themselves. But that's hard. And that's stressful. And it hurts. So maybe you could blame somebody else instead. Maybe that's a little easier. Maybe that didn't hurt so bad. And it sounds like that's what they're doing. They need to be accountable for their own behavior. If they're really that stressed and they're really, wanting to heal, then they should go do that. And they need to recognize that their current actions are not helping them to do that healing that they need to do. And that's on them. That's their responsibility. It's not yours. And I know it sucks to hear that, because you would think that in working in mental health, we should try to help everybody. We shouldn't give up on anybody. And we're not giving up on this person. We're just saying, I can't help anybody who is unwilling to help themselves. If I'm trying to help somebody who is unwilling to help themselves, I'm wasting my time. That is time that I could be using to help somebody else. And so it sucks. It sucks. I know. I've been there. I've had some clients, working in mental health. I've had some clients who were just they just were not good people. I understand that, they're mentally ill, but in many ways they were just not pleasant to be around, just the way that they treat people, always trying to, instigate or always trying to start conflict. And it's this is stuff that you got to recognize about yourself. This is stuff that you got to work on. So how do you tell? Yeah, your question was, how do you tell? How long has it been? How many times have we gone through this pattern? How long have we had to put up with this? That's kind of your determining factor. You gotta think, how long am I willing to put up with this? Do I keep on holding out that they're going to be able to change, or no? After internalizing some of the things you've said, something finally clicked. I had a thought that I'm not good at socializing, but then I immediately thought, why not? Says who? I know it seems small, but to me it seems like such a big attitude shift. It is. It's not small. It's not small, and nobody believes it's small. That's you. You did that, but then you also realize that it's not small. So I think you're also recognizing another little bit of your internal disagreement is like, I'm understating my own successes. I'm devaluing my victories. Many of the changes that we will make towards becoming the person that we would like to be are going to be small changes, but that does not mean that they are not profound changes. A lot of those small changes we make, they ripple out into other areas of our life. So this is a W. This is a W. I just want to say thank you. I just want to say thank you. Thank you for taking better care of yourself. Thank you for showing yourself the compassion and care that you deserve. That is a W. Doritos flavored beef jerky? Now what the hell? Now what the hell? Questioner, I am very happy for you. You know, this is a good feeling, isn't it? When things really click. And I think what you've realized here is maybe some of the beliefs that I hold about myself aren't true. And I know we don't like to be wrong. Nobody likes to be wrong. Being wrong feels bad. But in many ways, being wrong about yourself could be a good thing. This reminds me of a really helpful, really simple reframing technique that I like. When you have a thought about yourself, turn it into a question. Instead of just letting it exist in your belief system as a statement of fact, turn it into a question. Instead of having the belief that I am bad at socializing, turn it into a question. I am bad at socializing. Examine it. Go deeper into it. Figure it out. It's okay to hold your beliefs about yourself to more scrutiny. It's all right to be a little bit more thoughtful when it comes to what we believe about ourselves, because in many ways we might be flat out wrong. You might not be the monster that you've convinced yourself that you are. Whoops, I'm the person with the question about knowing whether someone is just using their struggles as an excuse to treat others badly. Oh, we've got context. See, I love context. I love context because sometimes when I answer a question, I kind of have to speculate and I kind of have to just, there's room for error. Context is what, allows us to become more accurate. For context, they're struggling with alcoholism and some emotional numbness. His best friends drink as a coping mechanism and are even worse than he is, so they never check him for it. When I'm with him and he doesn't see me drinking, he encourages me to. Ah. Okay. Now, this is something that you see pretty commonly in addiction. I don't have a problem. You have a problem. Or, I know I have a problem, but I have a problem with you. You're making my problems worse. The thing about alcoholism is you have to hold yourself accountable for your behaviors, and if you are spending time with people who are enabling your addiction, you have to separate yourself from those people. You have to distance yourself from your old playgrounds and playmates, as they say in recovery. Drinking alone is Drinking alone doesn't feel good. When you're just drinking all by yourself, it can make you feel like I've got a problem. But if somebody else is drinking with you, well, then now it's a party. We're both doing it, so that makes it okay. It really ties into the social, learning that we'll do. If we see somebody else doing a thing, it makes us feel better doing it as well. And this is why it's so important to be mindful of who you surround yourself with when you're in recovery. My mom dated an alcoholic like that who was always like, how come I'm the only one drinking? Right? I think your friend needs professional assistance, whether it be going to a recovery program or talking to somebody about, the alcohol because you gotta say, like, the path that he's on is not taking him anywhere good. If you're dealing with emotional numbness and you're using alcohol as a way to cope with your emotions, that's just gonna continue. It's just gonna get worse. This is the thing that I've seen so many people who have slid into alcoholism. It's just a way to forget. It's a way to not think about something. It's a way to numb something. But you can only numb something for so long. You can only run from it for so long before you're just exhausted. I always wonder how to help my friends realize this. What I've found to be helpful, and I'm not going to even say that this works 100% of the time because it doesn't. When it comes to helping somebody who is an alcoholic, they have to want help. They have to realize that it is a problem. And so What I would say is if it is affecting your relationship, if it's making you feel uncomfortable and it's, hurting you to see them do this to themselves, you gotta be real with them and you gotta let them know. And sometimes that's all you can do. But doing that is more than doing nothing, because so many people in their lives are just going to try to ignore it, they're going to try to overlook it, or they're going to enable it. So if it's damaging your relationship with them, if it's, making you sad and upset and frustrated, you got to let them know. You got to let them know how it's affecting you. And that might not be what they, are ready to hear, but it's important that they hear it. If we waited until people were ready to hear what we need them to hear, then they might never be ready to hear it. That's what I've been doing, but he gets drunk and plays games, so it's hard to find the balance between me confronting the alcohol without making an attack on him playing the game. Yes. Ground beef. In case you wanted to know what type of tacos we're having for dinner. I think, when it comes to confronting, and I'm not a big fan of the word confronting. I don't like for things to be confrontational, but sometimes when it comes to talking to someone that we care about their addiction, I have a hard time thinking of a better word, because you are really having to confront this issue. You're having to bring it to everyone's attention. You're having to make it the topic of conversation. And that's what confronting something's all about. Not the eyes, it makes the advice too. Yeah, I'm like Cyclops. I gotta keep my eyes covered, otherwise you get blasted with power. I'm not asking you to stop completely, but maybe we can try to get down to the recommended 2 drinks per night, like the doctors say that's a reasonably safe amount. That's a good way to approach it, if you can try to be reasonable. You can try to make compromises and you can try to operate from a harm reduction standpoint. That's also valid. In reality, there is no safe amount of alcohol. If we're being honest here, there is no safe amount of alcohol. Alcohol is literally poison. You're poisoning yourself for fun. That's why I don't like it, because I know that it's stupid. Now, I'm not saying that people who drink are stupid. I'm just saying the activity in and of itself is stupid. I think we can agree to that. I do stupid stuff. I don't feel like I'm stupid because I do stupid stuff sometimes. We've all done it. But I just feel like objectively, poisoning yourself for fun, quantifiably, not a good idea. We've all got the different ways that we like to cope with the stress of the world that we live in, so I would just say try to have balance in all things. If you need a drink every once in a while, that's fine. Just try to keep it balanced. Try to keep it under control. Try not to get carried away with it. Try not to become overly dependent on any single one of your coping skills, whether that be alcohol or exercise, smoking weed. You want your toolbox to be full of as many tools as you can, and some people's toolbox is just a 6-pack and an Xbox controller. Alright, I cooked on that one. I'm just going to take a moment to acknowledge it. I did cook on that one. Unintended consequence of me telling him to chill on the alcohol. Now he's gotten into mad honey. Like the Nepalese honey that causes you to hallucinate? Wow, I didn't realize that people were doing that recreationally. That kind of blows my mind. Quick side note here. What is mad honey? Mad honey is typically found in Nepal by a certain type of bee. And the honey produces a certain type of toxin. It was literally used as a weapon of war. It was one of the first methods of biological warfare in ancient times. King Mithridates used mad honey as a biological weapon against Roman soldiers. So the plants that the bees get the honey from produces granotoxins, which is a type of neurotoxin. You're literally getting high off of a neurotoxin. You shouldn't be getting high off of anything that has toxin in the name. Do I really need to explain why? God damn, the lengths that humans will go to get a buzz. Get it? Get it? Also, don't forget that the people who gather this honey, they have to climb up a cliff, and they have to get it off the cliff sides. It grows in these like shelves, and they have to climb up on these giant like bamboo ladders and like go up there and just like chop it off. So you're telling me you can buy this shit? Oh my god, you can. Who the fuck thought this was a good idea? You're fucking kidding me. They really sell this shit? How is this legal? How is this legal? I had no idea this was legal to do. I had no idea. Don't do this. This is a neurotoxin. What are the best non-toxic ways to get high in before meditation? Holotropic breathwork. Try some of the breathwork techniques that are good at releasing the endogenous DMT within your body. Are shrooms toxic? No. No. No, when something is toxic, it is something that we know to be like dangerous for it. Here, let's look up what is a gray anotoxin. It interferes. It's destructive to your biology, which is why it's a toxin. It interferes with the sodium channels in the cell membrane of your neurons. So that's why it makes you trip. Okay. Oh, all right. That makes sense. It's like if each of your brain cells has like gateways on it that allow the other molecules in, this fucks with the gate mechanism. Yeah, it's also very dangerous in high dosage. Yeah, don't do mad honey. Don't do mad, like, the lengths that people will go to. Amanita muscaria. Oh yeah, good point. Some of the mushrooms that they they try to act like it's the same as like a psilocybe cubensis mushroom. A traditional psychedelic mushroom belongs to the cubensis family. Hold on, I'm allowed to show you this because it's educational. This is for educational purposes only. I'm not condoning shit. Traditional psychedelic mushrooms belong to the cubensis family, so they look kind of like this. This is psilocybe cubensis. However, there is another type of mushroom that people will tout as a psychedelic mushroom, but it's not. It's the reason why it makes you feel anything is because it's actually poisonous to you, and that would be Amanita muscaria. This is poisonous. So this has no psilocybin in it. It operates through a different action and it is toxic. So don't eat it. Don't eat this one either unless it's legal to eat it where you're at, in which case follow your own advice. Oh, hi. Got some dinner soon? It's almost dog dinner time. Atticus, get out of my green screen, you silly dog. Atticus, he's a good boy. Hey, buddy. Give you some pets. Okay. You can mess up my green screen, Atticus. It's fine. Don't you love it when you're petting a dog and you can feel their head starting to get warm? You know what I mean? You're petting a dog and you can feel their head starting to warm up. You know, if like I will say that I recognize that weed use can be problematic for a person. I will say that. I will say that comfortably and confidently. That, you know, overuse of weed can be a problem for a person. And so it's not a perfect solution. But I feel like if you are overly dependent on something like alcohol or other more harmful drugs, switching to using weed could be a helpful alternative that is less harmful to you. I would much rather somebody be doing weed for chronic pain than taking narcotics for chronic pain or drinking alcohol every day for chronic pain. Chat, we hit 4,600 questions in the box. Look at that, we're at 4,600. Can you believe it? We're getting close to 5,000. And we're also close to 200 subscribers. Oops, wrong button. I meant, oops, wrong button. My friend, doesn't have a discernible mental health issue in the same way someone who has been to the doctor has never been diagnosed with a disease. Yeah, it'd probably be a good idea for him to get checked in on the doctor, especially if he's eligible for VA benefits. You know, if you have access to VA benefits, I would highly encourage you to take advantage of that resource. Also, nowadays, most doctors don't care if you smoke weed. They just want to know about it so that they can adjust your treatment plan accordingly. You know what I mean? Now, there are some conditions and some medications where it's like mixing it with weed would definitely be a no-no, so that's why you talk to the doctor about it, so they can know that. You know what I mean? Sorry, chatter, for taking your question. Well, I think it's relatable, and I think that, you know, there is value in contributing. For a second, I thought it was your question. When you started talking about it, I thought it might have been your question, so. No, what that shows is it's relatable, and you're not the only person going through it right now. I highly doubt that you two are the only two that are going through it right now. There's probably a lot of people out there struggling with seeing people that they care about turning to these maladaptive and self-destructive coping mechanisms. There's probably a lot of people out there who are struggling with friends who are turning to addiction or gambling or other harmful ways of coping with their stress. Hello, Mr. Brain. Please, call me Joshua. Mr. Brain is my father. got back with my ex a few days ago, and although the breakup was 5 months ago, I was still willing to give him another chance. I've nonetheless been hurt from the way him and I ended things prior. I still have mixed feelings relating to trust. He did apologize for the behavior he had towards me in our last relationship, and I did admire the fact that he had some level of introspection in the sense of acknowledging his closed-mindedness in terms of patience in general. For example, I never played as much video games as he or his pals did, so I learned more slower. Or when he, I'm just like the amount of video games you played, you know, I've met plenty of really smart people who play video games. I've also met some people who, you know. So you are capable of learning, and that's what matters. What matters most is that you are capable of learning. You know, we don't have to take this as an opportunity to like put ourselves down, is what I'm trying to say. Or when he told me that it's a him issue, that he's really easily impatient/irritable, that he needs to fix himself, and that he needs to work on his tone as he can feel quite rigid at times. True, it is up to him to work on, but sometimes other people need to point it out to us, you know? Sometimes people can help us in that. Even though ultimately it's our responsibility to work on ourselves, having other people there to help us and remind us and, you know, give us motivation, that is also helpful. He also acknowledged the issue that happened in the previous relationship. For example, elements of emotional detachment and less communication when dealing with a range of negative emotions, etc. I think for now, I want to make sure that he sticks to what he says before fully trusting him. Smart. Smart choice. You know, you said you weren't a quick learner, but you learned there. You know, that's a smart choice. You don't need to rush back in. You know, that trust can be earned. And if he is well-intentioned and well-meaning, and if he, you know, he means what he says, he's committed to growth, then he'll understand. He'll understand that it might take time to get trust back to where it was, and he'll be okay with that. What you want to watch out for is when people start demanding that you give them their trust back. You got to watch out for that, because there'll be people who be like, why don't you trust me? You know, and, you know, it's like, well, it wasn't that long ago. Now, I can understand, you know, like being distrustful for like years afterwards, and then people are like, come on, why don't you trust me? And it's like, well, yeah, they kind of have a point, you know, especially if it's been a really long time and they've been on their best behavior ever since. So if he wants that trust back, he's got to earn it. So just think about how long that might take. It might take a few months. It might take a little bit longer. Take your time, though. What would be your advice on maintaining a healthy connection while respecting our own wants and needs in this situation? And how can I heal myself while being realistic about all of this? No, I would say if you want to really do some healing, you got to protect your peace. You know, if there's stuff that you need to work on yourself, now's a good time to do that. You know, you admire his introspection. What can we learn from our introspection? You know, looking inwards towards ourselves. And I would say if you really want to do some healing, find somebody that can help you through that process, whether it be, you know, a therapist, a counselor, you know, because sometimes it's really nice to have that outside perspective, because if we're just doing this on our own, and this goes for him too, you know, if he's wanting to work on himself, it can be really helpful to have somebody to talk to about it. Because if we're just working on our problems on our own, we might not be on the right path. We might be reinforcing our own errors. Sometimes we need somebody to offer us perspective and guidance and to help to keep us grounded. So I would say take it day by day. Don't feel the need to rush. And just see where things go. You know, as long as he's willing to understand that you're not going to pick back up right where you left off, the better. You know, because you wouldn't want to do that. You wouldn't want to pick back up wherever you left off. I would look at this almost as if it was a new relationship with a new person. Also, he's been working on it for 5 months. You say he's been working on it, so you've been separated for 5 months. 5 months worth of work. You can get quite a bit done in 5 months, but you might still see some echoes. You might still see some of those old behaviors popping back up. If he's really committed to working on himself, you know, is he talking to anybody about it? Is he seeing a counselor? Has he tried therapy? You know, does he really want to give it his all in working on these things that he says he needs to work on? You know, the emotional rigidity, the impatience. Definitely things worth working on. Definitely stuff that it's beneficial to work with somebody else. Somebody who can help you to guide you through that process. With the Medicaid freeze, I'm worried that I won't be able to see my therapist and get my meds. I've been in panic mode all day. Thanks for letting me vent. You know, let me just say, you're probably going to be just fine. We talked about this earlier because this is stressing a lot of people out, and I'm honestly, the thing I'm most pissed about is why they're stressing people out for no good reason. The money that gets put into like these types of services like Medicaid and food stamps and those other types of assistance, that money's already settled. That money's already paid. It was done last year. They already got that figured out. It's paid out to it's federal money, but it is then doled out to the states to then disperse it to the people who live in those states. So next year's money isn't set, and that is a valid concern. But as far as this year, we should be in the clear. And so I'll say you are right to be worried, but things should still be the same for now. We'll keep an eye on it. We'll see where things go. Hopefully they sort this mess out quickly. Because right now they're just stressing out a whole lot of people for no good reason. And, you know, they do have a reason for it. They want you to feel unstable because unstable people can be more easily manipulated. Also, this is a very sobering reminder that sometimes politicians will break something so that they can come along later and undo the damage that they did and then claim success as being the ones to end the problem. They imagine a problem, they create a problem out of nothing, and then they undo the damage that they did, and now they're the good guy for solving the problem that they created. The fire has been put out. Don't ask questions about who started the fire, though. This is also a great time to learn a little bit more about how Medicaid works. How do states pay for Medicaid? Well, Medicaid is a joint federal state program. Part of it is paid for by the state, it's taken from the state taxes, and part of it is paid by the federal government, it's taken out of federal taxes. And so, what the federal government does is they figure out how much every state is going to need, and then they pay that out. And then it is available to the state to make those payments. It's about 33% non federal, 67% federal. Medicaid is also one of the largest expenditures in state budgets. So what we really need is Medicare for all, because our healthcare system is broken and healthcare is a universal human right, and so it's just really unnecessarily cruel that we shackle people with a lifetime of debt so that they can not die a horrible death. But what do I know? I'm just a... What do I know? So anyway, to my understanding, we don't need to worry about it yet. You should be okay for the time being. But if they don't unfreeze it before next year, then we're gonna have a big problem. All right, Atticus, are you ready for dinner? These dogs are ready for dinner. Alrighty, dogs, you ready? Penny, you want to say hi?
Yes.
Penny, where are you sweaty? The dog's sweaty. They're always saying dogs can't sweat. That's a sweaty dog. Well, alright everybody, I think that's gonna be it for me today. These dogs are hungry and they're whining at me, so I'm gonna go feed them and I'm gonna go start making some dinner. Hope you all have a great night. Hope you enjoyed the stream. We'll be back again tomorrow. So until then, we'll see you next time. Take good care of yourselves. Stay safe out there. Keep up the good fight. Alrighty, everybody. Peace. I think we had a good stream. Casey hit gold in Marvel Rivals, by the way. I told her she could do it, and she did it. She got to gold. Go tell her congratulations for getting gold. Now she's grinding to platinum. Certified gamer girl. All right, everybody. Have a great night. See y'all later. Bye.